Folks, welcome in. How are we doing? Are you doing good? I'm doing pretty good today. Well, apart from the whole needing to sleep half the day, I'm doing good. I find as soon, so we had a cool week, and now it's back to a warm week. And I don't like it. My body doesn't like it. It does not approve. Anything over 25 Celsius, and it takes offense. Great offense. Just, be better. Trying to get the angle just right when my camera is perched on top of my laptop monitor. So, laptop screen. You don't know what I mean, right? The thing that moves and shows the pictures, and it's on the hinge. So, Disco Elysium tonight. I had a blast playing. What was it called? Nice Day for Fishing. Yesterday. I was expecting it to be a pretty typical demo. Quite short, quite limited in functionality. Frankly, I was expecting it to be pretty buggy, and it was none of those things. So, love. Appreciate it. But, not playing Nice Day for Fishing today, if everything goes well. We are playing Disco Elysium. If it decides to work. Oh, it looks like it's working. I'm so happy. Y'all. It has been an interesting month, that's for sure. It's the 27th of February now. And February was, had some good moments, but ye gads, I have had so many clients flake out on me this month. And just either not give me the work that they booked me in for, or just not pay for the invoice that I sent them. And I know they'll get around to it. Like, my clients are amazing most of the time. It's just, I think this year has just been really hard for some people to start properly, Alright, so I'm going to turn the game audio down a bit. And I'm also going to turn my headphones a bit. I know that's sometimes the problem. As per usual though, if y'all want the volume up, please let me know. Now, I hope y'all have been having good weeks. Or at least a good day. And if not, I hope the rest of this day and tomorrow are better. I'm just looking forward to everything coming together tomorrow. People paying me, people getting back to me with work. Just everything. It's open. If not, I'm going to have to do a major campaign again for getting new clients, and that's a pain in the ass. I can do it, but I don't get paid for it. Now, where are we and what are we doing? In the middle of nowhere, and what do we do? We found a body. Maybe I should check the channel. Oh, that's right. I have a tape. I think it counts as a sufficiently tragic one. Yay. A dead body on the boardwalk. Or Jamrock Public Library for information. Okay. Find booze and drink it. Alright, that's right. I have to go back to Isabel. She should be up to date now. What the hell am I carrying? Well, it would be easier if I could remember where everything was. Unfortunately, navigation, not my strong point. Weirdly. You'd think it would be. Can we go up here? When all else fails, let somebody else figure out how the fuck to get there. Yeah, no? Oh, what's that? Magnesium and oversized superstar sunglasses. So much yoink right now. Oh. I mean, okay, the magnesium's handy too. What have I got on at the moment? Biker Cop Sunnies. +1 empathy, -1 logic. Superstar sunglasses give me +1 savoir faire, -1 visual calculus. You know, I'm not feeling this outfit. You know, I really need to stop killing my visual calculus because it's already kind of shit. Or do I want to... You know, sometimes... The +2 drama, though, that has to stay. Ugh. Along with the insane mesh top. Because everybody needs a mesh. Oh, you know what? I just realized, in real life, I do not have a black mesh tank top. And Pride is going on in Sydney at the moment, and I don't have a black mesh tank top. I'm appalled at myself right now. Just appalled. Fiber, shirt. I don't even remember what I'm looking at the moment. What I'm looking for. I don't think I'm actually looking at anything. I just want to see how the sunglasses. No boat in the boathouse today. Like there sometimes is a boat in the boathouse. Interesting. Interesting. Come on, boys. What are we looking at? Boathouse is shoddily constructed. A strong breeze might blow it over. There appear to be multiple boathouses. That's mildly confusing. Maybe? I don't know. Yes. Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of this shaded bench, covered in rust. That looks like fun. Come on, Kim. You'll enjoy this. The sign says, Entrée interdite. I'm so sorry. My French? Merde. Merde. If you're French, or French Canadian, or anyone who speaks French, all I can do is apologise from the depths of my heart and then do it again. So, what happens if I happen to be carrying chain cutter? that whole thing change just a smidge? Maybe. Where are my chain cutters? Oh. Folks, I'm carrying them. I'm getting perturbingly like Harry Dubois. Holy crap. An old ticket taker booth, no longer in operation. Really? What gave it away? Wow, snarky. Okay. Now look at these. These are pretty. Oh, they look pretty from here.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
I'm a little perturbed at the fascination with bullet holes. Like, this surely is not going anywhere good. You know? Look, Kim, even more bullet holes. Something's definitely gone down here.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs.
I don't know why that was so funny, but for some reason I just found that mildly hilarious. I just realised I should take an ibuprofen.
Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic
Thank you,
rifle
Kim.
fire. Something you don't see these days.
Because there aren't that many fully automatic rifles around? Bullets are expensive? Fully automatic rifles are expensive. Combination of those?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
Wow. Alright, it's white checks, so I might as well try it. Why this many bullet holes?
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet, no sound, no movement.
Well, fuck, that's very, Russian Revolution for you. Yeah. Probably French Revolution. Oh, those French Revolution didn't tend to use guns so much, did they? They were more into the whole chopping off the heads thing. It was considered more humane, which I kind of get. Like, shooting somebody and... or getting shot, more to the point. Not a great death.
10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side.
Oof.
Droplets of rain fall on the wooden planks, the surrounding sand dunes. The clouds block out any rays of light.
You know what? I'm not usually much of one for, you know, believe things into being, you know, just have an intention and it will come to pass. That sort of thing. Life is a little more complicated than that. But I do love the fact that I said I am looking forward to tomorrow, having people actually get back to me on things and start the ball rolling on my March projects. And lo and behold, someone just got back to me to start the ball rolling on the March project. Hallelujah. The only problem is they want to talk tomorrow, and I've got tomorrow blocked out. Had tomorrow blocked out for a daytime, just for something different. Yeah. So that's annoying, but I can probably have a chat to them and then recover, and then do a stream. That should be fine. Should be fine. The ADHD tends to give me trouble when it comes to accepting that there are pieces of tasks, projects. So once a project is in my head, it feels like it has to stay there until the end of the project. And that can make my brain feel a little crowded. But I'm slowly learning to go, no, all I need to do is do this little bit and take notes, and the rest is going to be fine. The rest I can worry about next week.
A long time has passed since the moment of this fusilading.
Fusilading?
Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
Interesting, I'm not saying it's incorrect, because you all know how I feel about people just labeling stuff incorrect willy-nilly when it comes to grammar. Come across fusillades, because that's a loan word from French. Haven't come across, I think it's French. It sounds French. But I have not come across fusillading. Like a fusillade is like a hail of bullets. So fusillading makes perfect sense. I just haven't come across that one before. I'll look it up in my dictionary sometime. What is this?
The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed.
Well, if there are multiple people, that does make sense. Look at the people against the wall.
A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes.
I did not know that was... Then again, we're talking about a completely different... Folks, I'm tying myself up in knots here. I was about to go, I didn't know that sitting down was a thing for firing squads. And then I realized, well, they're not telling me that that's a thing in this world. They're telling me that's a thing in that world. So I don't know.
They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background.
Well, at least I didn't have to face the firing squad, I guess. I don't know which is worse, and you know what? I don't think I want to find out the hard way.
Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
Who were they?
Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the
shit.
horrors of the world.
This was a communist being killed by the current government. Shit. Look at the line of soldiers.
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one?
Look at the person standing on the side.
The commandant, the one who gives the order. machine gun fire crackling through the air, the lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Damn the language in this game. Oh. Kim, who was who in this execution?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Or maybe...
Okay, this doesn't seem likely, but... You mentioned coalition forces. Could it have been them against the wall?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall.
Kim. I'm starting to see why people fall in love with Kim.
To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
You fucking tell it, Kim.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
I love what they've done here with these kind of visions that Harry gets of the past. They're amazing. And a really interesting storytelling medium, you know. The door is not only barred shut, it is inaccessible. What? Sometimes this game is annoyingly annoying. Yoink! I love when I find just random crap. Like money! Oh, will you get out of the way? I'm looking for random crap. Found peepo. Okay. Folks, what the fuck is a peepo? I'm not seeing any messages coming up from Firebot at all. I wonder if it's actually working. I'm not sure what's going on, frankly. Let me just try running something just out of pure curiosity. Yep. Wait, what? Okay, so apparently Apparently the stream was on Nice Day for Fishing all this time. Ah, Twitch, you twitchy bastard. I love you, but oh my god. What the hell? What's a peepo, folks? +2 logic, -1 perception. That's fine. I don't know what a peepo is. That's a hat. Okay. That's okay, what does it say? The small wire framing inside this futuristic-looking foul peepo hat gives it the aerodynamic shape of a swoop skier's helmet. none of its protective qualities. Covers the wearer's ears and eyebrows to bring down the drag coefficient. Bring down the drag? Honey pie, we gotta bring up the drag. More drag, please. Please? Please. More drag. Not less. +2 logic is probably pretty decent. -1 perception though. Oh, drama. That's funny. You can put glasses on, so they make you smarter. Well, they make you remember stuff better. But you get -1 perception. You can't see as well. Savoir faire is looking kind of sad. You know what, it's fine. It's fine. Although, what are these pants I'm wearing? -1 savoir faire. You know what, maybe I don't need that. This is better. I don't think I want to get rid of Nick. I don't think I want to kill my my poor brain, my reaction speed. I think I want to leave my reaction speed pretty good if I can. Can I just click on that and have... No, you're not going to tell me. Thanks. I was just hoping I had more options as far as pants go. I don't really like my pants. Different pant. I am still indirect modes of taxation. Bribes. My brain is running very, very slowly today. Very, very slowly. We do need to find some new pants, I think. Let's get over there. Come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. Come over here just to check that there's nothing. Oh, there's a thing. Oh, got money in it. Love money. Guess you'll have a note. Possibly because the first time I tried to play this game, the money situation was dire. Because I kept buying shit and didn't realise that I'd need to pay for, like, rent. Which, you know, pretty much anyone could have told me. Including me, who has to pay rent all the time. A boy bobs in the water. The number on it says 11. You know, I grew up in an area where it's pronounced boy. And deeply confused me when I moved up to Queensland. And somebody said buoy. They were talking about this buoy. And I was like, what the fuck is a buoy?
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this gem.
Morel, the cryptozoologist. Hello.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Finally, Firebot is doing something. I'm starting to worry there because, you know, usually if, usually I've got, like, something going on in chat, even if it's just, like, Firebot chatting to me, which is fine. That really... brain struggling. because I did two things at once. And now it's going, well, I thought two things at once, and now it's struggling. Struggling to buffer. I need a GPU. That's my problem.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
I assume you knew I was police because of my amazing fashion sense.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
He looks like your understanding of a scientist. That's an interesting way to phrase it.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Oh! Is that Kuno's dad? Gary, the crypto-fascist? He's Kuno's dad, isn't he?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
What is going on with that accent? That sounds kind of Aussie. You must be Morel, the cryptozoologist?
To what do I owe the pleasure?
It's like... I don't know how to describe that accent. Like somebody who has heard an Australian accent described it to him. Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you, and she's waiting for you to get back.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
This accent is killing me. The water lock's been fixed. It was fine when I crossed it. Withhold the whole story. That...
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Bid. They are definitely going for an Aussie. Is he meant to be Steve Irwin?
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Morel's accent, I'm not sure I can explain what's so funny about it. I'm not even sure I know it's hilarious. Now, why are you being such a weirdo? Camera, come on. Camera has certain angles that it likes to be at. No, I don't know.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
Aw, Kim.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
What was that click? I heard a click. Why was there a click? He refastens a bit of netting that has come loose in the wind.
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise work.
Large hands, precise work. Interesting. I can see why Lena might like him. Tell me more about this phasmid you're looking for.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find. which
Yeah.
is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
What makes it so difficult to find?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect,
Phantasmodea.
it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case.
What sorts of specialized techniques is the phasmid using to hide itself?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex.
Sounds like drugs.
But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
Oh, the accent, the accent. Can't work out. Like, sometimes it sounds like an Aussie trying to really overdo their Aussie accent. And most of the time, though, it sounds like maybe a Brit doing an Aussie accent. Brits do Aussie accents better than Americans do, generally speaking. Aussie accents are hard. We're a fucking weird bunch, alright? Alright, how big is this phasmid?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of
Zoensis.
a grown man's forearm. So,
But that's a big fucking insect. Is that true, by the way? Are there actually stick insects that big?
Seems puny, to be honest.
Wow. Alrighty then. Why are you so interested in this stick bug? Aren't there more sensational animals out there?
typical rookie assumption.
Eh.
Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for.
Fair.
Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of my, of any, cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defences, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
The funny thing is, if it were in Australia, that would pretty much be the explanation. That would pretty much be all the explanation you'd need. Australia has so many species that scientists are only just kind of recognizing or finding. We've got a lot of land, and most of our population is give me a sec. Brain has to buffer again. Concentrated in the cities along the coast.
Would be glory itself.
What have you discovered about it so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
Well, you could go looking for some sort of leavings. Like it has to lay eggs at some point. Right? So no one's ever found that. Fuck's
Not
sake.
yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real. By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
I mean, if superstition, usually we imagine and tell stories about something a little more scary or interesting than stick insect. Lena said there's been a sighting of it here in Martinez.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly,
Sighting.
it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out?
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Nice. Approve. That would explain the lack of laying eggs, I guess. Got it. No. Parthenogenesis? We might as well learn something, right, folks?
Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
Wow, the responses here just scream. I am used to my opinion being important in every single thing. That's pretty clever. Females reproducing without males, a travesty. A crime against passion and common sense. Ever tried dating a male? A man? Harry, have you? Because, you know, this arouses no special feelings in me. That's pretty clever.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
There's nothing dispassionate about the way he talks about the insect.
Tell me more about these traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Elena designed the trap.
Yes.
That was a very useful question. How do the traps work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out.
Well, that's like 99% of insect traps. Cool.
At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
What are you... He already said he's using locusts.
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Okay.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm.
Tiny? Well, I suppose that could be baby locusts. What would you do if these traps don't work? Keep plugging away, I assume.
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
Why not use plants and locusts?
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Let me ask you about something else.
Yes. What?
How did you become a cryptozoologist?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Fair. Why not just be a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too.
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
Eh. Look, I grew up in Australia and we have managed to convince the world that drop bears are not real. That's amazing. Honestly, being a cryptozoologist trumps most of the garbage I've seen people do.
My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
And has anything truly surprising ever happened to you? I kind of feel the same,
As
actually.
I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying.
Interesting.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
What kinds of evidence do you use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the Phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
So you're living your childhood dream out here.
It's not child's play, just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
I didn't say that. What? So you've never discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
How many cryptids have been found?
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
How do you confirm a cryptid as a hoax? It's proving a negative. Interesting.
2 are categorised as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
That's not bad. Only 2 have been proven to be real?
Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Yugograd, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere.
So a forest pygmy that's now extinct? Well, I suppose if they found proof that it had existed recently, then...
We
that works.
cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
Not approvingly. Then the Insulindian Phasmid will be the 3rd.
Indeed. If
Okay.
our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
Dushantu. I like that name. Dushantu.
The hair on your arms stand up. Electricity. Sounds like reeds hissing.
Thanks for explaining that. Now about something else.
Yes,
Lena seems pretty eager for you to return.
and I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
He looks south, where Lena would be. Alright, there's an ad starting in about 5 minutes, in theory. Ad breaks usually go for 3 minutes here.
Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Not the reed crabs! I didn't know the phasmid was so important to Lena. Lena?
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
She's seen it.
Really? She sighted the phasmid? She didn't tell me that.
Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine. Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Another cough. Into his fist this time.
His spirit may be willing, but his body might be too old to endure the rigors of the coast.
Maybe you could go back to the whirling, warm up, and come back to check the traps later?
No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
Like, an hour there, an hour back maybe? I think it would cope.
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
What if we checked the traps for you? Why are we doing?
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Cryptozoology and detective work are very similar. Chaos is my method. I am its scion. I'm all in with this crypto shit. I'm hooked. I like all of these options. I'm all in with this cryptid shit. I'm hooked.
Caught the bug, I see.
Ha!
It's easier to get caught up in the search than
bug.
you'd imagine.
What do I do if there's a phasmid in one of the traps?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
Where are these traps?
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
What if I encounter the phasmid in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed.
Alright, ad starting soon, folks. Quick warning.
Did you hear that? Pheromones. You were right about the teenagers.
So it really was the phasmid that made the teenagers make out.
Oh, I doubt there is any
teenagers.
connection there. Anyway, these pheromones will attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Should last you about a week.
Lay it on me. Thick. Present your armpit. He douses you with the odd-smelling spray, a double helping as you present your other armpit, and then gives you a satisfied nod.
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
Thanks, Shivers. Feel so much better now.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
He looks at the lieutenant with disdain and then puts a spray back in his pocket. I'm ready, let's get to it.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Finally. Someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
What about his eager-to-leave friend Gary there? Talk to him too, perhaps.
Yeah, okay. These soggy logs smell of ignition fluid. Still, they won't light up.
Hello, I'm Gary. Very generous of you to help us out, officer. Yellow man. I mean, officer.
Dude, you do not just...
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook.
Fair response.
Yellow man. That sounds awfully familiar. Something to keep in mind for later.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Yeah, I'm more of a city boy too.
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
That is why I like it.
Degenerates, this man respects authority too much. To see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art a paragon of virtue.
Pretend thou art a paragon of virtue. La di fucking da. Oh, I've been clicking around and I did something silly. Nobody's perfect. I'm sure you've been tempted to drink.
Oh, I've been tempted. But someone has to stay strong for Revachol.
Is this your mug? Hold up the yellow man mug.
My mug? Why would you think that?
You said yellow man. That's not something many people go around saying.
Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone.
Still seems suspicious. Did I mention this mug was found at the scene of a lynching?
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer.
Yeah, I believe him. Seems like a stand-up guy.
You're not going to find me, are you?
Nah, Gary, I just want information.
Whew. Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
Dude, what the fuck?
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
How'd you get into the trash container?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
Why would you need to get into everyone's trash? Duh!
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob.
These aren't corporations that he's talking about, is he? He's talking about, like, racial groups.
I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
Go, Kim.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanged behind the whirling in rags, into that trash container?
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
Please do.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where
Yeah,
he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Okay, then what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly.
He changes his mind mid-sentence.
Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly.
Kim.
That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
Yeah.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing. There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded.
What's that strange sound?
What sound?
That clinking I just heard when you moved.
Really?
He fans his arms out slowly, and this time his motions are soundless.
There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the wind shifting some garbage near.
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and whatever was
Bit
left
premature
in them.
there.
Tambourines and condom wrappers, plastic and glass bottles, the smell of decay.
Tambourines and condom wrappers. That's an interesting combo. Especially since... Yikes. So folks, I used to be in the Salvation Army. So the church side of the Salvation Army, as well as like the charity side. The Salvation Army makes huge use of tambourines. It's a thing. They're big into marching bands. Tambourines tend to work well with... You know what? I don't know why. They love their tambourines. Something chronic. So whenever I hear tambourines, I think of Salvation Army. So it's just kind of amusing, you know, tambourines and condom wrappers. Yep, that's the salvos I remember. Let's move on for now.
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
He's visibly relieved it's over.
Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation?
Do you know anything about the man hanged behind the whirling in rags?
I told you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug, but I have nothing to do with that.
He shifts uncomfortably in his clothes.
He's not feeling too comfortable in his own skin. Odd, I'd say. Uncomfortable shifting around doesn't make him the killer, though. It's something else.
You were surprised to see my colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next racist will be a really good one?
Kim, I have gone from seeing how people can fall in love with you to being in love with you. Yeah.
Well, this is that racist.
don't know. I like the previous racist better.
Hey, man. All I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact.
The lieutenant is a native of Revachol.
Oh, yes. Of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections. Let's change the subject, okay?
So, Gary, you live nearby in an apartment in Martinez?
Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
And you're a big Man from Helmdale fan?
How?
I saw that ridiculous poster in your apartment, along with all your other colonialist memorabilia.
But why were you in my apartment, officer?
Just doing Mr. Clare a small favour.
So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him.
What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
Why does he sound like... Damn, I almost had it. Futurama. I'm so sorry, folks. I need to look that up immediately, or it is going to be driving me into obsession. Disco Elysium. Okay, we're capitalizing everything today. Gary, the crypto fascist. Voice actor. Who is it? Stephen Hill. Okay. He's literally only done games. Okay. Fine. While I'm at it, the other guy, Meryl. Meryl? Morel, that's it. Kyle Simmons and Paul Delaros. Okay. Interesting choice. So there's two. Where's Kyle Simmons? Member of Bastille. Okay, so he's probably not an Aussie. Handy to know. Paul Delaros. Okay. Nothing about him at all. Okay, that'll do.
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
Try not to shit yourself, Gary. It's just an open door.
What could it be about? I probably talked too loud. In the whirling. About some theories I had. Whatever it is, I'm done with it. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door opening operation.
Oh, Kim, my darling. There we go. Now we're looking better. Are you a cryptozoologist too?
No. I help Morell with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way.
But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
Picnic?
There probably is a follow-up to this, but you can't think of any. Doesn't matter. Waste of time anyway. Gotta keep moving.
Why is he shifting around like that? Analyze Gary's composure.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons,
5.
barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
Massive musculature? Yeah, he looks massive. Something worn underneath it?
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. Thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt torso.
We're not detecting falsehoods, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth.
Gary, what's going on?
Morell, shut up.
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Why did you really put those clothes in the trash? No, why'd you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I think someone's... You know what it is? I think someone was watching Crocodile Dundee. Something else. And came up with that accent. It's actually better than most people manage, to be fair.
I'll explain later.
Why did you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
He looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
Aww.
We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire. He's not trying to flatter anyone.
My drama has gone good.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
What's his point there? Alright, give me that armor now.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat.
Mmm. Yum.
But so light to hold. like a bag of cotton.
Or fairy floss.
This is it. This will protect your mortal shell. Don it and live.
Do you know who killed the Hanged Man?
I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word. I don't know, and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore.
It's probably a good move, regardless.
This is all he knows.
Are we done here, Gary?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
Thanks for your cooperation. Don't you ever wish Helmdale was a real place? No. Also, no. Alright. So, folks, I've been going for almost an hour and a half. And Nixie really, really wants some attention. Which I think means she wants to go outside. So, I'm going to go on break. It'll be 5-10 minutes, I reckon. And, yeah, see you again soon. Bye. Nice. I got an Emperor Angelfish. Worth 68 gold. Love it. Alright folks, by the way, if you do notice any issues with the stream, please do let me know. I would love to hear about it. I just noticed the game audio seems to be quite loud. Are you all having the same experience? I'm going to turn that down a smidge. If you find it's too loud, please let me know. I seem to have done something. Nixie, what the hell? Nixie is being a dog. Which is fair. She is a dog. So, good enough. Alright. I think I'll play this for a little bit longer and then I might switch across to doing some writing. I'm in the mood. In the mood. I'm often in the mood, don't admit, but still. Alright. What did I pick up that's new? I don't remember. Oh, that's right. Fairweather T500 Cuirass. +1 pain threshold, +1 volition, -1 empathy. Does that go? Where does it go though? This vitreous enamel cuirass fits snugly and redistributes kinetic energy across its countless white plates. Amazingly, it fits under your coat. And it also makes pretty porcelain sounds when shaken. I have a horrible feeling it's going to be needed soon. But like, insane mesh top. Oh, we can try it, I guess. See, that just looks silly. I look like a... I don't know what the fuck I look like. Very confused white man. This is nice and all, but I really like the drama. You know, the drama. It's the drama of the thing. I'll think about it. Oh, alright, so what are we doing? What do we gotta do? We gotta go around and check the thingies. Check the traps. That's it. Northeast of the Feld building. Oh, well, I suppose I could check this one now. Tiny cages, carefully constructed. We've been down here, haven't we? I'm pretty sure I was just wandering up the coast. These heavy military blockades are riddled with bullet holes. Crumbling. Oh, come back. Thought, come back. It's almost impossible to get a fire going this near to the ocean. It's what now? I mean, the salt makes things difficult and tinder gets a bit soggy, so you need good tinder, but apart from that, what? Anyway, you know what? Fine. It's fine. I am clearly being overly fussy. This defense blocks the path. No way on from here. Nose affaired. Nice. Love a bit of nose of it. Another power box. It charges nothing now. It's empty. Probably not empty, you know. What else did we miss around here? But it's when I did this already. Did I die or something? Bars cover these long windows. Or is it just that I was supposed to do things in a certain order? And unsurprisingly, did not. Unsurprisingly, if you know me, that is. What? That.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Try to see inside.
Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase.
Lieutenant, can you make out what's inside? He can't. He's blind.
No. I won't even try. You know,
Sorry, visually impaired.
I had a
Like
partner
me?
once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Can you still shoot though?
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
His hands lead the way when it comes to that. And his shoulders. It's reflex.
Not sure that follows, but okay. So, what's the point of there being something in there if we can't get in there? I guess maybe I can get in there later. This game, oh my god, is all about patience. It's weird because it doesn't look like it would be a game about patience. So, come on, over here. Yeah. Alright, we're back there. Whoop. Moonshine probably smells like tasty fermentation. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. It doesn't look that strong.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper.
Okay, we did this. Game has been weird tonight. Just freaking weird. Nope. Can't do anything there. Alright. Oh, can I go around the building? No. Okay. Just checking. Can't go any further. Okay, we're not going there. Come on. Nothing. I thought a little black swallow circles above you. You hear it chirrup. Okay. I'm pretty sure Australia does get swallows because they're very migratory birds. But, I can actually think of any that I've seen anytime recently. Ah, we're back in here. Okay. Anything to loot? No. People are so unfun. I've already looted that house. Ha! Need to talk to you.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it for me?
I can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Probably not.
No, we must run around ceaselessly. It would be torture to stay put.
It really would.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
You're the one who every time I look at a bench goes, we're not allowed to sit down until we finish the case. Now he's all, I want to breathe it. What the hell? Him. Yeah, I'll wait.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth.
That was easy.
I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
I got Lillian's signature. Will you sign the papers now?
Lillian should let her sword make her decisions. The girl just doesn't have the head for it. Either way, I won't sign.
So it was a test.
Aye, Lillian's not the only one who's too thirsty.
What do you have against the union?
I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor men promises we never planned to keep.
Nixie. Down and behave yourself, please. Good girl. Unless you'd like to come up. No. I don't think so. She's got a very good point there.
Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So, no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
Fair call, Lauren.
She's
Fair call.
headstrong, but there's a slight hesitation in there. You may be able to convince her.
Convince her to sign Everard's document. What do I need? Suggestion. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Alright. You achieved something though. Now, let's have a look at the map. This is surprisingly unuseful. Huge surprise there. Get out of there. Huh. Have I talked to you before? I don't think I have.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals
Rosemary.
set up for you, buddy boy?
He spreads his arms as if wanting to embrace you. Kind of funny. There's this thing, and I think it's English in origin, about planting rosemary at your gate. I think originally it was supposed to be the sign of a wise woman. He's Rosemary, and he's kind of like on the perimeter of, I can only think Liliana. Liliana? Whatever her name is. of her property. So that's kind of funny. Good to see you too, friend.
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I
Woof.
also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Quite the business venture you've got set up here.
Oh. The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard.
You ever tried milking a goat, by the way? Out of all the creatures usually milked. Oh my god. Goats. You gads. What do you mean?
You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor exquise, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit.
Exquisite liquor.
Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now. I got everyone on my hook.
Looks like you're on your own hook too.
Of course, of course, of course. It is what it is, you know. What it's always been. People, buddy boy. It's the people.
I'm not your buddy, pal. Why does the bottle of spirits cost 300 real?
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
Nod, let him speak.
You know, it's funny, actually.
Bursts out laughing, then takes 3 gulps of his pilsner and stares at you intently.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What is?
What?
What did you find? Ugh. What do you mean, what? What did you think was funny earlier?
This guy.
Where did you get the bottle of spirits from?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink.
Good luck with that.
Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
5 lemons with half a butter. So I assume that ampule is something that you swallow and it kind of like stays and is supposed to control you? Except eat enough butter and it'll just slide through? That sounds dangerous.
It was. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing.
Real thing.
Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
Have they no shame taking money for a service they provide?
But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead thingies.
Oh no.
It's like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol.
Holy shit.
2 I already sold
Death
to these
juice.
fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
3 real. Gone down in price quite a bit. I do believe it was originally 300. That's probably like almost pure methanol. Because you probably used methanol as opposed to ethanol. Preserve things, wouldn't you? I don't know. I have got to admit, I'm kind of talking out of my ass at the moment.
Don't say it.
Can I smell it first?
Yeah, be careful. It's extremely flammable. One spark and the entire city of Revachol is wiped off the map.
What?
Feels
Realism.
like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside your nose, then drenched it in tear gas. Your nose is a singular source of pain, but at the same time, you don't remember the last time you felt so alive.
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the spirits or not?
No, not really. I think it would prove useful, yes.
£3 and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
Well done. You got it.
Alright, here's the money for the spirits.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
Son, you will not kill yourself with this. Not today. So we're going to store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
Alright. So, just say amphetamines?
Hi, by amphetamine I mean speed.
I think you didn't hear me when I said I'm a police officer.
Sure did, buddy boy. That's why I said amphetamine. I mean speed. I mean amphetamine. I got both.
I kind of like him. I thought by speed you meant amphetamine.
Aye, that's what I said.
Right, got it.
Good, my man. Now what can I offer you?
Wow. No threatening available, just...
In the civilized
Purchases.
world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend.
What's
But come back anyway.
off? What is this shit? Customary to tip the shopkeep. What do you want? Your fucking sales tax? Grumbles an unshaven man with a ruddy nose. He narrows his eyes at you, as if in recognition, then turns his head away.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
Who's Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Oh, lordy. Metho.
Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
So in Australia, methylated spirits, which are basically it's probably got some ethanol in it as well, but it's mostly methanol. Methanol and ethanol, by the way, they're very, very similar. Chemically speaking, there's just one carbon atom different between an ethanol molecule and a methanol molecule. Which is why, by the way, okay, so ethanol is a poison. It's not great for you. But you can drink it relatively safely. Methanol, on the other hand, will fuck you up. Brain damage. Like, it's really bad. Which is why, by the way, whenever you see someone talking about, oh, it's similar chemically to blah, you know, when they're trying to discredit a substance of some description, saying it's basically whatever. People often do it with Ritalin, for example. They go, oh, it's only, you know, two, you know, the molecule is really, really similar to speed, therefore it's the same thing. No. And methanol and ethanol are perfect examples of this. Because, I mean, okay, yes, ethanol is not great for you either. It will kill you if you drink enough of it. But it is completely different. Methanol Like methanol will just instantly mess you up. If you have ever had spirits that have been contaminated with methanol, and this is why, by the way, drinking homemade spirits is a really bad idea unless you know that they've been tested for methanol. Because a lot of people make spirits at home and don't think about that because they don't really know the chemistry involved. And yeah, you can end up with a huge, like at best, huge headache and missing a bit of your memory. That's if you're lucky. Oh, there are ads starting in a minute. Just so you know. Alright, why shouldn't I call Abigail? Alright, who are you? What's your name?
Don't call Abigail.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna get. Tell me about your friends.
Don't you fucking call her. Hear me? Abigail? Don't call Abigail.
Okay, this is bringing back too many memories of my childhood. Ah,
Hey, tequila!
Lycra. A 30-something man clad in a two-piece Lycra, trademark, tracksuit, puts down his Pilsner and extends his hand in greeting.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Terribly.
So what's happening?
Wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
This man appears to be named Idiot Doom Spiral. I have re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image, long time ago. Those days are over now.
He looks at his shit-stained Lycra jacket with a grim expression.
Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
What is a Tequila Sunset? You keep saying it. I know what a tequila.
It's you. Your Tequila Sunset.
That makes sense. I am a superstar, and that sounds like a superstar name.
We've met before. Don't you remember?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. You look like you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be. You look like you want to hear the tale.
This sounds like a terrible idea, so let's do it. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords.
Good plan.
Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Was I alone?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
He takes another sip and continues.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk.
Hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. He was talking about tequila sunrise worm. Tequila worm. I don't think it is actually tequila that traditionally comes with the worm, is it? It's actually mezcal? Is that right? Or am I just completely hallucinating factoids now? It's entirely possible. These things do happen.
Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer. and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
True.
Does that sound like something you'd do? Yeah, probably. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
What happened then?
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Yeah. I have also seen people in late stage alcoholism, and it's starts getting unpretty real fast. Not so warm and glowy.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Odds.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard.
The billboard.
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence, a gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed.
Oh, lordy, the second-hand embarrassment.
Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs.
I am the law.
The time hath come.
The time hath come. That's a decent line.
So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied,
Sunset. Give me a sec, folks. Just, my elbow is hurting like fuck. I have no idea why. My body's just kind of disintegrating this week. Meh. Sometimes you just gotta roll with it, you know? Sometimes that's about all you can do. Because you can't stand up because your body's disintegrated.
The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things.
I need that on a t-shirt. Every word I said was true. Tequila Sunset will break the looms of reality.
Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice.
Nice.
The muscles in your right leg tense up. Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep.
Carriage had sunk too deep.
Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to.
Naturally.
What else was there to do? Thank you, brothers, for your helping hand.
We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
What did I come up with originally? What did he come up with? The original superstar name was pretty awesome. I missed that name. Tequila Sunset, huh? Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women.
Lordy.
How they're beautiful and also whores and so on.
Can we just fix
How
that
one
morale?
of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Seems like this all checks out. I wish it didn't, but it does.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
Yeah.
If you only knew.
Kim, sweetie. Did I tell you anything specific about this person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Cool.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Kuno? Why am I hearing Kuno everywhere?
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I say anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
Yeah, that worked out well.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
True. Can we talk about politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you.
Okay, I can get behind that.
I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Does it, though? The market doesn't have hands. Alright, I don't need to hear anymore.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime? Like how you got that name?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Yeah, want to tell me about how you became Idiot Doom Spiral? Sorry, folks. If you type that into chat, you are probably... There's a good chance your message will get deleted. Which I know is kind of rough when the game is encouraging you in this sort of shit.
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
Probably not.
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar. You might get scammed here.
You want booze, don't you?
I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see? So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
I've got some sweet Commander Red. Oh, Commodore Red. You get.
Classy.
Pushes the cork in through the bottleneck. Oh, yeah, I suppose.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder/junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
Sure.
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff.
What?
I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
Wait, how many people did you have working for you?
22 full-time employees.
Oof.
An all-star team. A potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
Okay. So, workaholic turned alcoholic. That makes a lot of sense. Did the jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world.
That clearly worked out well for you.
But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
Oh yeah, impossible.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see. At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
How wet are we talking exactly?
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard.
There's a trace of derision in his voice.
I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Oh?
Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
You've got to be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
Okay, so what happened next?
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see.
Yeah.
One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
I mean, that's never happened to me. And that sounds better than most chats that I've had with strangers. Ending up with a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on? Perfection. Fucking perfection.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there.
Except you can't get it back over the gate.
But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd
No?
asked one of
Okay.
my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years,
Serious?
and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
Does Revachol not have any locksmiths? Like, what? Dude, this is the most pathetic and badly stitched together story I have come across in a while.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
I literally can't believe it.
Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. I also lost my leverage over humanity. I wasn't a high-concept creative director anymore. I was just some homeless asshole with a premium Sansarique Lycra tracksuit.
Mind you, the premise is weak, but the idea that everyone is very close to being homeless and broke at any time, almost everyone, does have truth to it.
You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
So why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece Lycra tracksuit?
I mean, you could get it washed. Or, and I know this is a radical and weird thought, fucking wash it yourself.
I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
A lost jacket. Sounds like a mystery you could look into.
What's this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
You mean this jacket that I discovered on the boardwalk and had cleaned on a whim? The man examines the jacket for a moment, a look of consternation on his brow.
Nah, this isn't it. Faun, that's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style.
Come on, man, this is your jacket. You just don't remember it.
No fucking way. Idiot Doom Spiral never forgets a piece of premium menswear.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing Faun, like some low-concept bicycle courier.
I mean, I was with you until bicycle courier. That didn't need
Tell
to
you
be said.
what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket someday.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
Alright, you know what?
You
Let's
too,
go for now.
Tequila Sunset.
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
Yeah, are you horny? Okay, we didn't need to go that far. Just stop.
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
Style? What about it?
It's, well, a little eclectic, don't you think? How would you even describe what you're wearing?
Wow, Kim. Superstar casual.
Well, I can't say it doesn't fit you. Still, you might try branching out a little. You know the expression, the clothes make the man. The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
I'm not taking style tips from someone who dresses like a washed-up tip-top racer.
This washed-up tip-top racer knows how to sew a lapel and center a back vent.
Nice comeback.
That's why his clothes fit so well.
So if you want to wake up next to anyone other than Commodore Red, you might do well to take notes.
Wow. Kim, you bitchy.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case.
But true.
Let's go.
You speak truth.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Cool.
So cool.
Where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop. Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Baye. Badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights.
Wait, what's that about a ludicrous fantasy world?
Yeah, you know. Beneath it is just heartbreak. A pulmonary tract infection. Atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvent it as the world's first celebrity police officer.
Fuck it. Action!
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
Do I have any thoughts that I can internalize? No. I need whatever. Skill points or whatever. Okay. Folks, I was thinking of doing some writing on stream, but I've got to admit, I'm getting kind of tired. So, no, I think I will do a bit of writing. Or will I? Ugh. Choices, oh my goodness. And I don't know that my brain is really coping with the whole choices thing. Two things to decide between? Two? What is it? But I think I will save. And maybe just have a little break, I think. So probably just 5 minutes just for me to stretch and maybe take some meds actually, because I have not done that yet. That would be a good move. Yeah, definitely. And then come back and go to a writing stream for a little bit. All right, folks. Catch you in probably about 5 minutes. Folks, I am so happy right now. You know why? I found chocolate in my fridge. Chocolate. Just there. What's up? You want to come and say hello? Yeah? Why now? Why now? Good girl. Hello. This is Nixie, folks. Nixie is my puppy. Hey, what are you doing? Alright. Okay. Good girl. Good job. She does like to come and say hello. I don't think she did last night, actually. I think it was a bit of a Nixie-less stream. Just mildly perturbing when you think about it. Oh, so I'm feeling better. Whoa, camera, what are you doing? Chill. There we go. That's looking better. What was I saying? Wow, distracted by a camera now. So, we just got off playing Disco Elysium, and which has decided that I should be playing it still. Let's try that again. Goodness gracious. Okay, no, that looks like it's working alright. Oh. Network error. What the hell? Alright, y'all, you can hear me? It's okay? Alright. Holy fuck. Alright, so just need to move that over there a bit. That's better. So much. Although, gotta admit, there's something that I could change a little. Let's just scooch it down a little. So it fits a little bit better in the window. That looks better. I know, I am overly fussy. A lot. It's kind of my thing. There we go. That's better. I'm happier now. Yay. I'm a fuss spot. Right, fuss spot. Alright, Night of Pain, library. Here we go. What I'm trying to achieve. Okay. Show. So what I've been doing is going through all of the chapters in this book that I have so far, and just adding some info about what I'm trying to achieve in each chapter. So this is going to help me to build out the story, and it's also going to help me identify what I'm not doing at the moment. Hopefully that makes sense. I just noticed that Whimsical Bee is live. The hell they're doing. Usually they go live a lot earlier in the day. So Whimsical Bee is someone who visits here in stream quite a bit. Love them. They're fucking adorable. Getting over it with Bennett Foddy. What the... I know all those words, I just didn't understand any of them. Anyway, Bee is adorable. Definitely give them a follow. So, alright, show that Dash more enamored than he realized. Raven has a bit of a crush. Silverhand. What else am I trying to show? I think that's about it so far. It's a little thin at the moment. Which is part of the point of me doing this, is to get a feel for which chapters desperately need work. Blah, no, that was right. Which desperately need work and which can wait for a bit. Okay, so there's no actual elf anymore, by the way. Wonder why I've lost all of my italics. That's irritating if that's... No, I haven't, because it was fine up there. Alright, so what I'm trying to achieve. Dash and Silverhand. Dash is more annoyed. No. Is sliding more into annoyance than heartbreak. Because damn bard won't listen. Why not? Because he's a bard. But also because he's proud. And in his opinion, he's just been led on a bit and then pushed away. Alright, what I'm trying to achieve. Reconciliation and understanding. Finally. Silverhand isn't quite the rake that he Implies? Implies is not the right word, but you know what? It's fine. Confession time. Big romantic moment. Ah. Get off. What else? Trying to achieve with this chapter. Intentions for the future. Okay. That feels better. While I'm at it, question for me is, do I want it to Silverhand holding things back? Physically feels a little too close to Will's romance, and I don't want it to feel that close. Might be inspired by that, but it's not supposed to be like based on it. So think maybe Silverhand's apparent unreliability would slow things down. Yeah. I'm not sure how the fuck for them to have a conversation that basically goes, I don't want to fuck you yet because I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. I just like you a lot. That's a difficult conversation to have, I think, in any world. Right, library. Ha ha ha. Dramatic reveal. Silverhand's secret. Engineered. No. Dramatic reveal of Silverhand's secret. So that's important. Like, this is a crucial scene in the book. And again, it's got a few parallels with Will. Which I have feelings about. Um, showing Silverhand being self-sacrificing, but also sabotaging Beam and the relationship. Because, you know, he's a multitasker. He likes to get multiple things achieved with one task. Very efficient. I like that. I like that in a bard. Josh has anger issues. Maybe a smidge. Alright, so this is another pivotal scene. What I'm trying to achieve. In story and relationship. Dash is kind and a dedicated healer. Was going to lurk again tonight and go to bed, but you've inspired me to get some writing done. Good luck. Thanks so much, Birdie. I hope you have an amazing writing night. And thanks for the lurk. I always appreciate it. Dash is kind and a dedicated healer. Physical closeness. And kindness without the while the relationship is in tatters. Yes. Okay, Silverhand is in a serious bind. What else am I trying to get through and across with this chapter? There we go. Oh, why have I lost all of my Alex? And parallel self-sacrifice. So it's kind of meant to be in part kind of like a parallel of the previous chapter, because the previous chapter, not obvious at the time, but it's an act of self-sacrifice. And in this chapter, so an act of self-sacrifice from Silverhand. And then in this chapter, it's an act of self-sacrifice from Dash. Although I'm not sure it really counts as self-sacrifice if you're just putting right your own misdeeds. That's arguable. Hey, what I'm trying to achieve. Closer relationship with person who I have not named yet. Poor guy. Maybe a bit of foreshadowing there. My lips are getting dry. I'm chuckling because I just remembered, I just saw this Violet Leaves and I remembered writing the footnote for it. Basically, I was native violet leaves can be quite medicinal. So when I say native, sorry, Australian native. African violets, on the other hand, not so much. I was really happy, by the way, to discover that native Australian native violets have medicinal uses, because my back garden, oh my god, these things are amazing. By the way, they creep. They're like ground cover. They creep and they creep and of course they are perfectly suited to Sydney weather and Sydney conditions, full stop. They have just taken over my back garden. It's amazing. I've got native violets everywhere. They're growing like weeds, except they're so pretty because the flowers they put up, it's practically throughout the year. There are almost always flowers somewhere, and they're pretty typical violet flowers actually. They're small and purple and white and a bit of yellow, tiny bit of yellow. Fucking gorgeous. And I love them. And they look so much better than the actual weeds. as well. One of these days I'm going to find out they're actually a classified weed in New South Wales or something, and I'm going to feel terrible. Probably not. I buy most of my plants from a pretty reputable nursery that would have warned me. Yeah, so African violets are not edible and will tend to like poison you. And I'm sure there are other types of violets as well. Aren't there like European violets, which are different again? I'm imagining things. Ah, right. Okay, so this is all... Okay, so... Recovering the information that you need... Well, what? What happened there? Did I just have a stroke? Folks, if I just like froze for half a minute and like half of my face fell, please tell me. The hell was that? I don't know what the hell is going on with words sometimes. Just, it has these autocorrect options that I cannot find anywhere. And it's like someone has just gone, fucking Australians, I'm gonna fuck them up. Which, you know, frankly, I kind of get. Sorry folks, I just noticed there's an ad break at the moment. So, if you're in an ad break, you won't be able to hear me. And if you can hear me, you're probably not going to see an ad break. So, I don't know why I'm telling you this. Partly just, again, to have something to say. Recovering, what am I trying to say? Trying again, get the information. Dash is rethinking his initial reaction, and assumptions. Anything else? Update from Morrigan and Raven. What else am I actually trying to get through with this? Ah, that's right. Getting info on Silverhand from the head librarian. What was the name? The head librarian of the Library of Alexandria. I mean, obviously there were quite a few. Well, few anyway. I think the Library of Alexandria really actually lasted that long. Okay. I think that's about it. That's good. 4 lines is usually a pretty decent enumeration of things to achieve in a chapter, I reckon. If it hits 5 lines, then I start being concerned that I have too much crap in there and too many things happening. If it's only like 2 or 3 lines, then I'm more concerned that I don't have enough. Okay, let's call this a lead. That's better than 2 next mornings. That was really bothering me. I know they're temporary names anyway, but still. Yeah. It's not particularly helpful. Alright, what I'm trying to achieve. You know what? I'm going to count these as words. And you know, I should have been doing my word count updates all along, and I did not. Three, 957. Huh. When did I last update my word count? You know what? That's fine. Whatevs. Whatevs. You know, maybe I should set up that command so that you can also... Oops, sorry. Can't see what I'm writing. Maybe I should set it up so that you can also check other people's word counts. I think that would be pretty easy to do. I don't think anyone would get offended by that, would they? So you all can check my word count if you want. Kinda like that idea. Kinda. Alright, what I'm trying to achieve. Okay, tension. No, when you're waiting to find something out. Everyone's on the edge of their seats. Ha! Irony, because they don't have seats. They're sitting on the ground. Dash is a runner or jogger. Okay. It's actually... makes her an interesting character development, I guess. Character reveal isn't correct either. Some days it pays to just stop talking. Oh, that's right. Forgot about this scene. Kinda love it. It's not what I had intended to write. It just like came to me in a fever. As I was writing on stream, I think. I frankly, at the moment, vast majority of my writing, my fiction writing, is actually on stream. Damn, and now I can't remember what was going on. There is still passion between Dash Silverhand. And draw Dash into behaving inspire. Inspire sounds a bit better. He's a little ashamed to find a character flaw. Dash is. This is a complete non sequitur. Okay. I was just thinking, for reasons that are utterly ridiculous, about the physics problem, the 3-body problem, where if you've got, say, 2 celestial bodies, this was originally came from. If you've got 2 celestial bodies, like, you know, sun, planet, or 2 suns, it is relatively easy to calculate how they affect each other and the orbit that each will have when they're within certain distances of each other, right? That's all fine. But you bring a 3rd celestial body into the mix, and the difficulty of any problems about, you know, where each will be at a certain point in time, and you know, the orbits taken allowing for the relative gravity of each one and that sort of thing. It just skyrockets. So 2 is relatively easy. 3 is ridiculously difficult. Intoxication! Welcome in. Hence a raid. Raiders. Welcome in. Hope you're having a absolutely wonderful day or night. Time zone. That's it. Wonderful time zone. So if you don't know me, my name is Rowan. I am a professional writer. I'm currently writing a novel called Love on a Lute String, which is a romantic adventure, very, very, very gay. Super gay. How was your stream intoxication? What were you writing? Are you still on, Damn, I can't remember what you were doing last time. Spicy gay, exactly. Levi, welcome in. How's your night going? Or day? How's your time zone going? Gotta get into the habit of saying, how's your time zone going? We're on Path of Exile today. Nice. How'd it go? Did it go well? I love the idea of spicy gay. I know many spicy gays. Actually, most of the gays I know are both spicy and neurospicy. Midnight here, so I won't stick around long, but it's been going well. Nice. Love it. And completely understand as well. Yeah. Well, it's welcome in. It's great to have you for as long as you happen to stick around. Was doing a recall exercise earlier with taking an image to text. To test what details I could pick out, and made a list. Got 9 out of 10. Missed the snow outside. Ah, nice. Love it. I do horrendously with those sort of tests. I always just crash and burn. Memory? What memory? Wait, I can do better. Memory? I hardly knew he. That still kind of sucked. No, it's not working. Then I turned it into a plot outline and made a murder mystery AI story. Nice. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate that, because I'm not entirely sure that deserved a laugh. So at the moment, what I'm doing is I'm 33,000 words through this book at the moment, and I tend to be quite a chaotic writer, so I will often just chuck a whole heap of scenes into a Word document. An attempt was made. Yeah. Look, I appreciate the pity laugh. So I tend to be quite a chaotic writer. I chuck a whole heap of scenes into a document as they occur to me, as I get inspiration from it. And then sometimes I write the outline for the book. And so that's kind of what I'm doing at the moment. I am going through and just for every chapter, I'm annotating what I'm trying to achieve in the chapter. So it looks kind of like this. And it gives me something to refer to when I come back to write what's the in-between stuff. Because obviously at the moment I've just got a fuckload of scenes and not a lot of connecting material. And I need to put in all the connections and write a lot more scenes, because this will probably end up being about 100k, I think, words. So I've got quite a long way to go still. But I'm also going to take these out and put them into a separate outline document, so that I can look at just that outline and go, okay, what am I missing? What haven't I told the reader? What are the story beats that I haven't hit yet? The middle ground between planner and pantser writing. Yeah. The funny thing is, so my professional writing is either writing articles or writing documentation, generally speaking. Sometimes plain old marketing material, but usually it's articles of some description. And in that sort of writing, I am very disciplined and structured. Well, comparatively speaking. When I write fiction, though, it's just start sliding down the mountain and then worry about whether I'm going to hit a tree, you know? So, currently, yeah. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, what I'm trying to achieve. Also, I need to catch up with what I'm doing, because I have a memory like sieve. It just goes straight through Except, I can remember my high school best friend's birthday and phone number. Very useful. Love that idea. I just let my mind go, but need to get better at putting it. Yeah. Look, it's such a process to find the writing like the writing habits that work for you. Why I do so many short stories. And hey, if you look at my published work, the vast majority of them are far lower word count than this is. Like Deadish, for example, 10,000 words. Planner Gang, hard not getting stuck in planning. Yeah. And that's part of why I tend to be chaotic. If I start planning something out and outlining it, I tend to be very boring. Like the storyline that I come up with, ho-hum, you know, yes, I could probably get away with writing a story with that exact outline and, you know, it would be nice and comfortable and safe. But I would end up hating it, and I don't think I could do that. When I was a kid, like 7 or 8. Oh, wait, no, let me get this. I remember my old phone number before area codes were a thing. It talks. Do you realize you just kind of maybe doxed yourself a little there? Which is possibly not such a great idea. I might just delete that. Just in case it did with you. Because, yeah. From 20, yeah, well, because it's not that difficult to do a lookup in archives to find out what, but anyway, you know. Yeah. I, for example, am very easily doxable. Don't even live in the same place. Yeah. Look, it might not be, but you know, just in case. Not that people can't just watch. Anyway, you know, I know that I'm very easily doxable, and I cope with that. It's fine. But people that I, you know, my loved ones, my relatives, and that sort of thing, they haven't signed up for that. I pretty much have. Alright, what I'm trying to achieve. I'm 1000% doxable, I just don't want to bother with that caution. Yeah, no, look, that's fair. We all pick our level of comfort, I think, with how much information we give out in general. I'm out of port. The travesty. Fucking travesty. Yeah, one of my concerns does tend to be the people around me. Because, like, I'm fine with that level of, with the level of information that is out there for me. But I don't want others to get caught in crossfire. And that's where I tend to worry a bit. What I'm trying to achieve. Okay. Consequences. Despair when I find out info isn't here. What else? Yeah, I think that initial... So I had a very early chapter that showed Dash healing just like random person who just given birth. And I did have that. Sorry, folks. Brain is buffering again. Come on. Come on. You can do it. No. I lost it. It's gone. Oh well. She'll be right. Either I will remember it in a second, or it's not going to be... wasn't particularly interesting anyway. One of the two. Oh, thanks to whoever followed. I really appreciate that. As the chat message says, I try to always provide anonymous follows because I know sometimes when I'm lurking, I hesitate to follow someone. I'm like, no, I don't want to be perceived. I don't want to have to communicate. Okay. Okay, so maybe that should be... Okay, lots of lots of feelings in this one. Oof. Press follow, run away. Yes. 'Twas me though. See? Awesome. And thank you, Levi. Appreciate it. Sometimes I wait until the stream I discover is offline to follow them so I don't get caught out. I have been known to do exactly that, yeah. And it's just because sometimes I just get so overwhelmed with social stuff. The mere idea of typing out a message to someone just fills me with panic. Like, no, I don't want to deal. It's hilarious when it's a quiet stream and they've got a really loud follow alert. Yep. I send like 1 out of 10 the messages I type. I generally just, yeah. Yeah, I feel you there. It tends to take me a while to kind of feel comfortable in a stream, I think. And once I feel comfortable, the ratio of typing versus actual messages that get through is quite a bit higher. Lower ratio. Lower ratio is better than higher ratio. Wow. Took me 6 months to start interacting with the community since starting streaming. Yeah, it's daunting though, isn't it? Yeah. Look, I struggle sometimes with this sort of thing. Like, I still have friends that I go into their streams, and I'm just lurking. Like, nah. Cannot deal, even though I know you and I love you. I don't want to talk to him. Don't want to talk right now, you know? I'm just super glad community here is great. Oh, I'm so glad to hear you think so. Yeah. I definitely try to foster a good community here. That'd be good. Higher, I think. Ratios are fractions, so 1 in 4 higher ratio than 1 in 10. Yeah, but see, often ratios are shown as like 10:1 or 4:1. So like 4:1 generally is a low. I see what you're saying, actually. See, I tend to think of it from the perspective of the one that it's usually a multiple. So the 1 is the key point. So 4:1 means 4 times. 10:1 means 10 times. But you want 1:1. I shouted you out on stream along with the other people who have been helpful and kind. Aww. Thank you. And have more content than just an AFK stream. Yeah. That's why Burger King failed. They came out with the third pounder after McDonald's came out with the quarter pounder. People thought it was smaller. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still pondering the whole ratio to fractions thing. Levi? I am. I kind of get it. I can see both sides. That makes life difficult. I hate that. Sometimes it would be so much easier to just see one side of the conflict. Do we call it Hungry Jacks in this too? You can call it whatever the fuck you want. Almost. There are probably a few words that are off limits. So are you Australian, Levi, or are you... No. Well, you're not in Australia at the moment. Give me a second. My brain's doing the buffering thing again. Kiwi. Nice. Yeah. That's what I was guessing from the time zone, and then I lost it. You know. What's funny is that Walmarts, we weigh things in kilos, but price them into pounds. Oh my god! Is that just because, like, the... Oh. That's got to be so frustrating, though. What the hell? I assume the conversion is all done by, like, the register. Because Walmart Canada is a subsidiary of Walmart. Right. Okay. Right. Yeah. That makes sense. Like, it doesn't, but I get it. Fucking bullshit. There's display price before tax in Canada. Huh, that's one I don't know. Ah, yes, okay. Here in Alberta, it's 5%, not 10%. No PST. Ah, interesting. Okay. Australia has, I think it's a 10% GST. Yeah, it's 10% GST. Same thing. In BC all life till like 4 years ago. So less than half tax is amazing. Yeah. And it's just across the board here. But utilities are more expensive. Yeah. Mind you, that is... I do kind of miss electricity prices from when I was in Queensland in Australia. Because Queensland's electricity price includes an ambulance surcharge. So basically, everyone who pays for electricity pays a surcharge for the ambulance, and everyone gets free ambulance rides. Everyone in Queensland. It's kind of cool. So it is what it is. Yeah, with heat on. That's one thing I don't have to worry about as much in Australia. Like, heating, whatever. BC does that. Alberta doesn't, so it sucks. Oh no! Okay, yeah, that sucks. $450. Yeah. Ouch. That's not... I suppose that's not so bad, though, in some ways. Like, I know it's horrible, but even in Australia, people have been charged, like, thousands for ambulance services. Hospital is like 5-minute drive. Yeah. Payable, yeah. I mean, it still sucks though. 450 is ow. But, wait. I think I've got some text repeated somewhere in this document. That's irritating. Payable at least. And they do installments and stuff if you're down bad. Not having a car because I can't drive. So right. I'm pretty much in the same boat. Well, same car, which is 0. What was I about to do? That's right. I was going to update my word count. So if y'all haven't seen this before, this is a it's a feature of my bot, and it tracks anyone's word count for the stream. So you log in, I mean, if you tune in and add your word count straight away at the start of the stream, you know, you can just keep tracking it as you work in the stream, and it'll keep telling you how many words you've done since your last update and how many you've done all stream. 34:17. Oh, that's a nice number. I like that. I've written 60 words since my last update. I miss not having to drive. Yeah. I can see that, yeah. Small town and biking around is the way to go. Nice. When I lived in Auckland, public transport was so good there was no point to driving. I live in a smaller city now, so our public transport sucks. And I basically have to drive. Yeah. That's frustrating, but I get that. And by that sucks, there's no public transport. Yeah. There's no transport at all here. 6,000 people. Yeah. Be right back. Got to go put it. Yes, sorry, I did forget to say, you know, please do your after stream care routine. Look after yourself. Food, water, rest. Yeah. All right. See you soon, Etox. I think I've got some repeated text, but I'm not entirely sure. And I don't want to go back through and check, because that's not what I'm trying to do right now. Progress. Hope. That's a lot of exclamation marks for just like a summary. You gets. Always calculate the extra time spent chilling winding down after stream. Nice. Walking is good, so good. In fact, Tolkien wrote 4 books about it. Ow. As part of the process. Nice. When they find it out. Progress, hope, insight into... This is feeling... Alright, that's feeling pretty thin, but it's actually a pretty big chapter. So maybe I'm going to have to go back and read it properly, like really thoroughly. Figure out what is actually in there. Okay, what I'm trying to achieve. Unfortunately, sometimes I need to read back what I wrote. I have no idea. What was in here? Like, oh yeah, okay, that was good. Update the others. Bit of character info. Raven. Mystery? Question mark. Goodness gracious. Folks, I have had one glass, and by glass I mean like about this much, of white port. Oh, stuff. Not really. It's not that strong. Like what, 18% or something? Laughable. Dash is still pissed off at Silverhand. What else? Yeah. That's not much, but again, it's a pretty short chapter. That's okay. What am I trying to achieve here? I don't know. Dash is grumpy. About all I can get from that. Still. That's, you know. Ah, here we go. This, at least, has a bit more info. Silverhands implicitly trust. Character insight for Raven. I really haven't gone into Morrigan very much, which is a problem. Random info about a cool Australian tree. Bush. Whatever. So the point of this particular scene, or this particular chapter, I guess, is one of the companions brushes up or deliberately touches a gimpy tree. So I'm going to change the name as well, by the way, because I don't think I want to use. I don't think I want to use the real name. I think that's a bit too, makes it feel a little too Aussie. Yeah. Okay. So Gimpy Gimpy Tree, for those of you who aren't aware, is it's actually like a tall bush. I don't know why I keep saying tree. It's got these big leaves that are furry, and if you brush up against them, the spines basically on the it's a whole heap of little filaments, and those filaments stab into your skin, which would be, you know, a little bit frustrating, but and maybe a little painful, but otherwise fine. Except those leaves secrete a nerve toxin, and basically as soon as it gets underneath your skin, it starts stripping away the coating on the nerves, and basically subjects you to years of excruciating pain. They are horrendous, but also so incredibly amazing plants. Like, they just go so hard. You know, like poison ivy, for example, will settle with just making you really itchy and giving you a rash. You know? Gimpy Gimpy, on the other hand, fuck that. I'm gonna stab you and make you regret ever touching me for years. I kind of like that ability, actually. No, according to a couple of my exes, I already have it. So the current relationship between Silverhand and Raven. What else? That may or may not work in real life. Help. I think that's about it. As far as things that I'm trying to achieve. This chapter might need to be split into two, I think. It covers a little too much ground. Oh, auto-correcting me. Hate that. Except when I love it. Alright. Okay, apology. clearly I have not started writing this chapter yet. But wow, that's an outline. So one of the things I do as a writer when I start feeling stuck in what I'm doing is I'll move, like, I'll kind of distance myself a little and think, okay, what am I actually trying to achieve with this? What I'm writing here, like what's the actual storyline that I want to show? And if I'm stuck on the words themselves, sometimes just typing out what's supposed to happen can be really, really helpful, because it helps me to go through just step by step after I've written out the description and actually write it, because I've got like something to focus in on and really concentrate on just one small little bit of what I need to be doing, which can be really helpful if I've got something a bit complicated going and it's kind of messing with my head. There was supposed to be more to that, but I've forgotten what it was, so Oh, that's right. And the other thing that sometimes is that I have decided that previously that this particular bit of writing is supposed to go a certain way. So, I have the idea of, here's where we are, here's where we need to get to. And I've already had the brainwave on how to get there. But then I start writing it and it's just not working properly. That's where this kind of, it's not quite kind of outlining. Like I call it outlining because I'm outlining part of what I'm just basically summarizing what I want to happen in the next little bit of the book. And often just typing it out can help me go, oh, that's my problem. This doesn't make sense, or this makes sense, but I don't think it's what, I don't think it's what this person would do. And so it might help me actually write it, or it just might help me pinpoint where my current problem is. Or I just write it all out, write out the summary, and then move on and go back later and have inspiration. One of those three tends to work. Oh, I remember this section now. Right. What I'm trying to achieve. Parallel to Silverhand's Bad Night. Showing Dash's invulnerabilities. And that he's starting to relax enough to actually show them. Back. Got me some fries. Oh, yum. That's a great idea. Oh no, I don't have it. I am very tempted to go and get me some fries after this. Because now I want potato. I want lots. I'm very suggestible. Oops. Wrong one. Anxiety attack. Passion Seal hand with physical closeness. How's the emotional closeness? Okay. I don't know what exactly I'm trying to achieve in the sex scene. Probably just here for the smut. Oh. Thing in my eye. Really itchy. I just had a thought. I have a peanut butter O. Henry on my desk. I wonder if the peanuts surrounded by peanut butter have an emotional trauma. The corpses of my dead kin. Grandma. Yeah. Oh, especially because, like, peanuts grow in, like, 2 nuts to a shell. So they'd be like, my twin! 2 peas in a pod, except it's 2 peanuts in a pod. So sad. I used to think it was home. Now I know it's my grave. Exactly. I don't think there's any character development in that. Oh. There's no character development. It's just smut at the moment. I don't know if I'll keep it. I probably will. But I'll have to change it a bit. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to. Raven's real identity. Go down, I guess. So I haven't entirely worked out all the details of the plot yet. So I know who the big bad is, and I know what they're after. Sort of. Only sort of. I know how they're working. I have some idea of why. But only some. But the interpersonal relationships are going well. Yeah. Oh, did the music just go a bit wonky there? I think it did. No. Looks okay. I don't know. Oh, my brain is struggling. Yikes. I think it just decided that I should be asleep. I think that's the main problem. Ah, most all the other riders have gone to bed. All of them. Alright, so folks, as I said, I am really starting to lose capacity to function. So I think maybe it's time to raid out. And Bee's still online, so I reckon she's a pretty good option. She's playing... Oh, she's playing Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. Are you... Okay. It looks very silly. Okay. Again. It was good hanging out. Yeah, same here. Thanks for raiding it, Tox. Appreciate that. And yeah. It was awesome to have you all in here. Sorry, I have been distracted trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing. And frankly, kind of, like I said, struggling. Oops, not the wrong sort of thing. There we go. Any time is a good time. Let's have a good time. I'm just like, and I'm reading it. Alright, thanks so much for joining, folks. I really appreciate it. It's been amazing to have you all in here and to chat. And again, Etox, thanks so much for the raid. I appreciate it. And thanks for new follows too, folks. Always great to have more in here. Alright, I'm going to raid out here before I fall asleep on you.